Alright, hopefully with this we should be live. Let me go ahead and check. Sound check, sound check. Still no audio coming in? Oh, there it is. Okay. I can hear myself just fine, that is good. Normally I minimize the screen, but this time I'm gonna actually keep my OBS screen open for a minute, just so that I can read all the stuff that appears in our little montage. So, yesterday and earlier today, I finally finished farming all of those missing accessories. And yeah, today might be the finale. Well, at least for the mage playthrough. I don't know what I want to do about the other two characters, because, I mean, I definitely want to play it as the other two, just so that I can have the perspective of what it's like to play it with the scout and the archer. But I don't know if I want to live stream that, or just do it as a regular Let's Play on the VODs channel, or just not record at all and just play it for myself. Well, I'd probably be recording anyway for the sake of a review, but yeah, I'm still not sure what I want to do there. I think I'm about ready to just start Battle Network 4. I would like to get the Battle Network 3 review done before I start 4, but if push comes to shove, I think I might just begin Battle Network 4 and then, like in the first 3 or 4 parts of that, get the Battle Network 3 review done. Anyway, I am going to do the same thing I did last time, which is temporarily mute the Dragon Castle over here. Okay, that should have them muted, and now let's take a look at our little montage. So, I started off just kind of meandering through the castle, looking around anywhere and everywhere where wyverns could be, and just figured any direction I go, I'm going to encounter these wyverns. So I couldn't find an efficient route yet, and by accident I discovered that chest, which we will pick up in a minute. Eventually, I decided on this route over here. It's close to a save point, and that's me trying out my supernova ability. Not very effective against wyverns. But yeah, this is a short route that takes you to 2 wyverns. It's very close to that upper save point. And from this, what was it called? Crystal Wyvern, I think it was called? Whatever the ice one was called, we get Needhog's Fang. The petrified remains of the Fang, once belonging to a 1,000-year-old dragon which, in life, held the entire world's fate in its claws. So yeah, this was a pretty good route because 2 wyverns, and you know, it's RNG which element you get, but with 2 of them, you have a pretty decent chance of getting at least one of them to be an element that you're looking for. Until, of course, you've only got 1 left, then the probability is not in your favor anymore. So, after I took this one down, we got Njord's Breath. This gem is, in fact, the solidified breath of a legendary marine deity. So, yeah, it took about 40-ish minutes to get Needhog's Fang, and then about, I want to say, 30 minutes after that is when we got Njord's Breath. I forget how long it took to get this one. Surt's Crown. This crown was crafted from a small fragment of a sword that belonged to a fire titan, serving as a trophy for... I didn't catch that part. We can read it again later. Anyway, here I decided I need to look for another route, because now there's only 2 elements left, and the probability of getting at least one to show up with that route I was just using for the previous 3. Not very good. And by complete coincidence, I just activated my reflection attack there for fun's sake and saw these ammo thingies pop up and was like, what happened there? And realized, yeah, with wind you can hit the books and the papers fly all over the place and you can get weapon ammo that way. Anyway, here's the new route that I decided to take. There's 4 different wyverns you can encounter on this route, and it's a closed loop. I was missing the electric and the sand wyverns drops. And yeah, with only 2 left, I wanted to have more wyvern encounters just so that I would have some chance of... just so I would have a decent chance of at least one showing up per lap around this place. I skipped those 2, of course, because I already have them. That definitely helped save time. At first I was fighting all of the wyverns, and then I was like, what am I doing? I'm wasting time here. Just fight the ones that I don't have the accessories for. And yeah, it took about an hour and 20 minutes to get this one. Odin's Eye, a spherical object shrouded in myth. No one in their right mind would dare to try to break it open, revealing the contents within. A sphere, you say? Odin's Sphere, maybe? That's a reference to a game that is critically acclaimed, I would say. A lot of people like it. But yeah, that's the route, so if you're looking at this trying to figure out a way to farm these, that's probably a good route for you to use. 3 minutes later, we get Fafnir's Heart. Rumor has it that those who wear this gem close to their heart can hear the pulse of the dragon it once belonged to. And there you go, we're done. And you can see there that you can attack parasites before they fully spawn, which is nice. I didn't know that. I spent like an hour after the wyverns, actually more like an hour and 15 minutes, farming these blood turs and had to call it a day last night, getting nothing. Then today, less than 1 minute in, I got the blood ring ++. Then, finally, I revisit the snowy summit over here and go after this null boss. I think it took like all of 10 minutes, maybe less, to get the Beastly Wristband Plus again, and it didn't fix the problem. Like, over here, I immediately checked the bestiary, and nope. Nothing. It doesn't show up in the bestiary. It's some sort of bug. I can't do anything about it, but at least here you got to see I checked immediately, so yeah, now we know for sure that that's some sort of bug. It's beyond my ability to fix. Anyway, let me turn this music back on and remove that from OBS. Okay, and now I can go back to my normal screen layout. There we go. Okay. So, first order of business is that chest down there. Seem to be effective against those parasites at the very least. I think this was the way towards it. I don't want to kill any wyverns because the next thing I want to do is look at the kill count. Okay, and that's 5 Rockyrite. That's what I thought it was going to be because it makes sense. We had 5 Ragnarite last time. It makes sense that there's also 5 Rockyrite. And then I'm sure the other 5 and 5 are somewhere in the undiscovered parts of the castle. There. Finally. Okay, now then, kill counts. So, I killed some extra, what are they called? I think they're called the crystal wyverns, the blue ones. I want to say I killed, like, crystalline wyverns. I want to say I killed, like, 8 more than after, like, the one that dropped Nidhogg's Fang. So, took about 16 total kills to get that first one. Then this one took, as you can see, 38 total kills. Then the next one I got was from the Blazing Wyvern. That took 52 total kills to get. And for the Ionic Wyvern, took 102 kills. Yeah, had to farm a lot of those. And 103 for the Desertic Wyvern. Probably would have been a lot higher if I hadn't been lucky enough to get it 3 minutes after this one. But there you go. So, yeah, after it took like an hour 20 minutes between the third and the fourth one, I was beginning to question the mechanics of the RNG. I was beginning to worry that maybe the way I was killing these wyverns was having an effect on the RNG, kind of like how in Battle Network the number of hits you land on the enemies can nudge the RNG. I was worried that it was going to be one of those cases that maybe I had to change my tactics in order to change my RNG, but probably what's happening is the probability is just set ridiculously low. Like maybe the developer thought, oh yeah, 1% drop rate. After 100 tries, they'll get it once. But that's not what a 1% drop rate does, right? A 1% drop rate doesn't mean that you'll get it within 100 tries. It means that it'll happen about 10 times within 1,000 tries, but where within that 1,000 it happens is anybody's guess. So I think the developer just set the rates a little bit too low because they didn't do their math quite right. I mean, these are the last 5 enemies you encounter, presumably, if we're headed towards the end of the game here. Those are going to be the last 5 enemies you encounter, and it's random which ones you come across, so that's another layer of RNG to worry about. And most people are not going to stall when they're near the end of the game to farm this stuff. Maybe they'll do it, you know, after they've cleared the game, if this game even lets you do that. I don't know if there's like a new game plus mode or if you can just load your file and run around and do whatever. But yeah, I think if I were the one designing this game, I would have made the probability for these guys higher just for the fact that there aren't that many of them, it takes a while to kill them, and there's already a layer of RNG with their elements being randomized, and each one carried the same one. When I killed the first one, I was hopeful that maybe they all just dropped the same item, and it didn't matter which element you got, and I was hoping that maybe, just maybe, getting it to drop from any one of them would fill it in the bestiary for all of them, but that quickly proved itself to not be the case. So, yeah, let's look at those accessories now. I think there was one I needed to reread. I forget which one. So yeah, now we've got 2 Beastly Wristband pluses. For no apparent reason. Well, for no good reason, I should say. There is a reason. The reason is I went and farmed the second one. Okay, there's the Blood Ring. There is no Blood Ring Plus. It skips straight to Blood Ring Plus Plus, which is odd. Unless getting this, maybe, causes the Blood Ring Plus to show up in a shop. And the only shop I know of would be Balof's shop, so... yeah. Drain, gain the equivalent to 7% of your maximum health when defeating an enemy. Slash, 10% chance to cause bleeding effect for 20 seconds, coagulation plus 30% defense against bleeding. Okay, here we go. Search Crown. Yeah, this was the one that I didn't fully read. It says, this crown was crafted from a small fragment of a sword that belonged to a fire titan, serving as a trophy of honor for its killer. And yeah, pressing F makes it easier to read that. I should have thought of that first. Oh, and look at that! A crit chance 2%. That's actually pretty good. But let me see what it did. So, 25% fire damage bonus, 35% defense against fire damage, and when taking damage, 8% chance of bursting into flames, damaging nearby enemies. That's pretty good. Odin's Eye, Discharge and Lightning Rod, similar effects, but for electricity. And Mjolnir, unleash a lightning bolt attack every 15 seconds. We already have that with the Amulet of Death. But maybe this one is actually electric element, because the one from the Amulet of Death seems to be neutral. Okay, Needhog's Fang, Water, Damage and Resistance, and Cryo Blood, 20% health recovery when taking damage while under the frozen, altered state. I don't know. That one seems way too situational to be good. Yeah, I don't think that's not as good as these two. I think what I would do to modify this is I would change it to 20% health recovery every time an enemy breaks out of the frozen state. I think that would be better. Or, forget about the 20%. Make it 5%. 5% health recovery every time a frozen enemy breaks free. They take damage upon breaking free, which is something we learned from observing a few sessions ago. And we can freeze them pretty frequently, so 5% may be low, but considering the number of enemies you freeze, I think that would be better. Okay, Njord's Breath. We've got wind damage bonus and resistance, and then sprinting for 3 seconds renders your next attack critical. Oh. And I can save that. I can save that for like one of my big attacks, my big like one-shot attacks. I'm thinking like the Fireball from my fully charged Staff Burst, or the Supernova ability that we just got. But not very effective for, like, the multi-hitting attacks. Like, the Sand Staff Burst, only guaranteed for the first hit. Not bad. You'd have to be smart with how you use it, but that's not bad. And then Fafnir's Heart, we've got... Right, sand damage and resistance, and then 5% chance to create a barrier when performing sand attacks. Oh. How sturdy is this barrier? And how much coverage does it provide? I think I want to test this one out. Whoops, that's not what I meant to press. I think I might want to put that in place of my alchemical seal. Hold on. How many stat points do I gain here? 1 and 5 and 3 versus 2 and 6. 1, 5, and 3, that's 9. 2 and 6 is 8. Okay, marginal difference. Let's put it in here for a second. I just want to test out. I guess I need to test it against an enemy. Oh, there's the barrier. It forms at the location of the enemy that you hit with it. Well, that's not good. But otherwise, it works just like it does for the wyvern that we got this thing from. Okay, that's... I mean, if you know how to use it, it could be a game changer, but nah. I think I'm good with my previous setup, actually. Or maybe try a different accessory here. Let's see. A second lightning bolt every 15 seconds. I did it again. I'm so used to my Z button being my, you know, confirm button. Okay, where were we? Try Odin's Eye. Yeah, let's work with this. I don't really use the electric element a lot, but let's try it out and see what happens. Okay, we finally march on. I guess I could take that ladder. Oh, and that path is blocked anyway, so yeah, not much of a choice. Wasn't there a... Oh, there's a barrier here somewhere. I guess it's something we open from the other side. Yeah, I'm standing right next to it. Normally the map doesn't expose those kinds of things. Just checking the walls, making sure there's nothing else here. I did try to double check walls while doing my grinding session, so I'm pretty sure we got everything for the earlier parts, but oh my. That's a boss door. Oh no. Well, I think I remember we read something about a dragon being born. It looks like this is gonna be it. Aganox. Oh, it's weak to wind. How fortunate for us. Where are my lightning bolts? Oh, here we go, something new. All I have to do is hide under those little, what do you call them? Under those two open towers. Ow. Okay, just hide down here. Oh. Okay. Never mind. He knows. Oh, this again. Timed it wrong. I was expecting them to show up sooner than they actually did. Can't wait to see how this intensifies once his health gets down to a third. That wasn't close enough. Okay, that's the raining ones. Oh, and they can still hit me down there. Okay, that's the doubles. Oh. I think the strategy for those is gonna be lean to one side, because in the middle I'm vulnerable to both of them. Oh. Okay, and now he's not landing exactly on the far right or left. Oh, that's why sometimes he doesn't release a fireball. But yeah, I'm not getting any lightning bolts here. I guess it only works on smaller enemies. Okay, lean more towards one side. There we go. Okay, that's the two. There we go. Okay, so after around the halfway point, maybe a little before that, gotta be careful about his landing spot. Oh. And maybe I shouldn't be getting too aggressive with him over there. Oh. Okay, Buck is not going to be very effective against you. Uh-oh. Oh. The amulet saved me. How am I supposed to counter that? Oh my. Well, this just got intense. Oh. Already in this phase, huh? Oh. Guess the middle is safest when you don't know where he's gonna land. Never mind, he can land in the middle too. Oh, here it is. Is it just a matter of... I guess you run against him, but you either keep pressing forward or pull back depending on the angle of the fireballs. Okay, I think I've got that move figured out now. Okay, that's not too bad. Don't know how to deal with that one yet. I can probably block some of those. Okay, never mind. It just breaks your shield. You get one block to save your life. I was close enough for the chomp, but okay. Wind attack. There it is. Okay, maybe a change of equipment is in order. Also, I need to see if any of my other elements work against this thing. Oh, definitely not neutral. No surprise there. And definitely not fire. Nope, just wind. Okay. I think it's time to reload and rework my equipment here. Some fire resistance would help. And yeah, I'm not getting my lightning bolts. So no point in holding on to Odin's Eye. 8% chance of bursting into flames, damaging nearby enemies. Well, the problem with this is he heals if he takes fire damage, so that could work against me. But the 2% increased crit chance is definitely nothing to sneeze at. Resistance that could work against me, or boost my wind damage. I suppose I'd rather have this one. And then what can I... Let's see. I mean, it's nice that it can save me in a pinch, but I don't want to rely on that in a boss fight. It wouldn't feel like a true victory if I had to depend on that. So, I suppose I'll replace the Amulet of Death. 30% chance to heal 100% of blocked elemental damage if active orb is of the same element. So it's only a 30% chance that I absorb some of those fire blasts. And I'd have to be in fire mode for that, so I don't think that's going to be very practical. Now, some evasion could help. This might be the play here. Defense against fire and burn. I could go with that. And I imagine this thing is immune to poison, so that's not going to help us. And this thing has, okay, just bleeding effects. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with, what was it again? Red Scale plus plus? I think this is what we're gonna go with. Let's see, reduces my mana by 10. Probably worth it overall. Yeah, let's go with that. Hold on, let me rate it again. It gave us fire resistance and evasion, right? No. Fire resistance and resistance to burn. Oh, and the Oculus Necklace plus plus boosts our wind damage. Okay, I think I'd rather boost damage just so I can get to that next phase earlier and have more chances to learn how it works. Okay, let's save that. And some evasion could help us here and there. Oh yeah, 272. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. immediately goes for that one. I think I have to. I think I have to actually go for the top of those towers. Can I climb up there normally, or do I need wind assistance for that? Okay, I can climb up there normally, so that's how you dodge that lunge that he does. Okay, evasion saved us there. Okay, so I don't need his wind to help me there. Although I do need to make sure I'm dodging his fireballs. That's another way to avoid them. Okay, yeah, I can avoid those just by standing here. Nope. I had a feeling. I had a feeling that was going to happen. Gonna need more practice with that one. feeling that spot wouldn't be safe, but had to try anyway. Oh, and I see those spike traps down there. These are probably going to open up. Whether or not they'll be used for me or against me is a question that is yet unanswered. I wasn't paying that much attention in that fight anyway. Let's try this again. Okay, that's the indicator that your next attack is a critical. I was wondering why I wasn't getting my criticals there. I guess 3 seconds is longer than I thought. I never see that one coming is the problem. Seems to be after the lunge. What is happening with my staff burst? There we go. Just kill me. I need more time to get this one ready. Okay, just... yeah, mulligan. That was a bad start. I guess while I'm here... to be a continuous 3 seconds. I'm not surprised by that. There it is. I wonder if... I'll have to test it out in a minute. Okay, that was a failed test. I wanted to try and see if, with the double reflection attack and that charged crit, does it guarantee both of them are crits? Since they would... maybe they count as a single attack because they happen in the same instance? kill me. That's why my staff burst isn't working. It doesn't start full. Okay, I just noticed that. Okay, fireballs coming from... Do they always come from the east side? Regardless of where he is when he launches into the sky? Oh, already in this phase. I need to see if these are even remotely blockable. Oh, right. No! Okay, so it can come from the west side as well. So yeah, best place to be, I guess, is in the middle for that one until you see which side it's coming from. Okay, only one of them was a crit. That answers my question from earlier. My dash doesn't recover fast enough for that. Okay, that was new. Oh no. Oh. Now he goes for the lunge. Oh, what's this? Oh no. Oh god, no. What am I supposed to do about that? Well, right in the middle. I think he was here when he launched, so this is probably where he'll come back. Yep. One problem with the ground dash is that you can't interrupt it. It has to go for its full length. I can interrupt an air dash with a double jump, though. That might be something worth remembering for that particular move. Just kill me. I thought I timed my second dash early enough that he wouldn't land on me before I completed it, but... oh well. Okay, just kill me. It's gonna be another one of those parts where the boss fight is the majority of the part. I mean, that's an indication that it's a good boss fight, I suppose. Evasion saved me there. I think he was on the right. Yeah. Oh no. Okay, mayhem phase. Oh, this. Okay, wait until the last possible second. Okay, and there's the spike pits. Okay. I was wondering. I was wondering when that was going to be a thing. So some progress has been made on that front. And I'm bleeding. That's not good. Just kill me. Was he on, I think, left? Yeah. wait until the last possible second. Okay, he was on the left. Gotta remember that. Because it seems that where he lands after he does these background fireball attacks always seems to be where he last was. Yeah. That's the pattern I'm noticing. Wind. Yep. Oh, when he does this with the spike pits open, that's gonna be quite something. Saw that one coming. Oh. We're getting closer. There we go. That's how you dodge that one. Timing has to be nearly perfect. Thought I could outrun that one. Evasion saved us there. Oh, right. Almost forgot about this. Yeah, I don't like what's going on with the collisions there when he lunges towards you. It sort of just hard drops you into the spike pit, and the animation for it doesn't look right at all. So over for you. I found the hack. There we go. Skipped a whole phase. I hope we can unlock like a boss rush mode. Just so that I have the opportunity to do this more legitimately. Dragon Slayer, and the icon did not... Oh, there it is. For a minute there I thought the icon wasn't going to load properly. And we've got one more place to go, it looks like. Oh. Maybe several more places to go. Okay, that was not a bad combination for my accessories. That seemed to do the trick. Wait. I thought I was sliding on air there for a second. Okay, probably want to re-equip my Amulet of Death. Let's see, the Oculus Necklace is what's giving me evasion. Yeah, I think I want to go back to the setup that I had before this. So, Amulet of Death. And Alchemical Seal ++. For now. I have a feeling I'm going to be changing that really soon. Oh, and I see a hydro bubble in there. Can I just... I can. Oh, and I see that. That's bombable. What else is up here? A chest? Okay, there's the last of our Rockyrite. And it does let me go off of here. Let's see. Oh, is that just the way back? I don't believe that. There's gotta be more to this. I guess it's just a way back up. I don't know if I believe that. Okay, and there's both doors activated by the same switch. All right. Wait a minute. Is this something I can fall through? Can I bomb it? Why make that one off color? And that's the last of our Ragnarite. And there's that door open. Okay. And anything up here? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Save one more time, and I'm going to try and see what happens if I jump off that left end over there. Oh, wait. Wrong floor. There we go. Okay, nothing. Just a big nothing burger. Okay. Let's warp back to Hafen, actually. And get our last upgrades. Because something tells me we're up against a final boss next. And we might as well check Balof's inventory, see if he has the Blood Ring Plus for us. Otherwise, there's no way for us to get it. It's just not programmed into the game. Why is this marked as new when I already bought some from you? Yeah, nothing. I guess if you want to stock up on potions, that would be your last visit to him. Final weapon upgrade and final armor upgrade. There we go. Oh, and an achievement. 2 achievements. Oh. Should have gone to that first save point actually to recharge weapon ammo. Not that we're gonna use it, but you never know. Maybe I'll think to use weapons depending on what this next encounter entails. Alright, weapon ammo is full. Okay. This is a point of no return. If you still have something to do on Terragaya, now is the time. Do you want to enter the portal and continue? Sure. Heaven Tower. Main quest, Assault on the Skies. I have to read the description of that. Assault on the Skies. Hurry, you can almost feel it. Ascend Heaven Tower and meet your destiny. And is there a map to this place? Nope. All question marks. Oh. Parasites. You know the big ones are coming. Nice music. Uter. And Sinka.
That was a bit reckless. If you don't hold on to me tight, you could fall off.
I think I'd rather take that risk.
Hey, you were the one who insisted I bring you here. Greetings, by the way, my little friend. Looks like this soldier here was worried about you.
I was not. Okay, perhaps I was a little worried. After all, he's the only one around here doing something to change things.
I'll take that as, oh, thank you, most handsome, dashing Captain Uder, for your show of bravery.
Hey, what are you still doing here? You clearly haven't kept up. We're going to take care of those bugs. Get going!
Go on, my little friend. Don't waste any more time. You were about to do something important, remember?
I was? I hope they don't get infected. That would be a very, very upsetting ending.
Ready for one last dance, milady?
Huh. Not even if we get out of this one.
What a girl. Don't worry, we'll see him again.
Let me guess. Observant parasites? No? There's more of this? Okay. I guess our other friends are going to show up eventually, too. I wonder if the citizens of Hafen will also make an appearance here. Or if it's just... the people that came with us. Only the army of Zarga. Who knows, maybe those shadow souls I'm carrying will also come out. Gotta love how all these corpses are in the foreground. Well, at least they fade after a while.
Here you are. Careful, Million, we're surrounded. My heart's beating at 1,000 times a minute. We're so close to getting it, friend. Focus and don't take your eyes off them. Get out of here, soldier. We'll take care of this. Don't worry, I can still use a bit of magic thanks to my sister. Absolutely. I wonder who's best at it. Go on, don't loiter any longer. We'll be with you in a blink of an eye. Let's go. See you further ahead, friend.
I feel like I got both of their voices wrong. At least compared to how I normally do them.
Sister, do you think we'll make it? Million, the two of us against the world, remember? You're right. Enough moaning. Get ready, here they come.
Okay, you asked for this. Man, they all died before... Well, I guess... Let's try that again. That was so unsatisfying. That seemed effective. Its slow range is not helping. Okay, I guess I claim the healing.
Lad! General, we found him! Soldier, it was reckless of you to come alone. Although, without your recklessness, we wouldn't have gotten so far. General! You heard him. Carry on while we deal with these blasted creatures. Onward, soldier. Finish what you started. That's an order. We'll see you further up. Well done, lad.
I can't tell if I was in control there or not. I held left, but I don't know if that was automatic.
General Brigard, that soldier. I know Adamant. He's special. We owe it to him to reach the end.
We owe it to him to reach the end? That doesn't sound right.
We owe it to him that we have reached the end. We cannot let him down.
Heh, that won't be a problem. I eat bugs like these for breakfast. Oh, and it all went silent. Boss fight time? I see 10 different symbols. Oh! My dark fragments. Is this a bonus thing that you only get if you collect the fragments? It has to be.
Somewhere within the confines of the universe.
I know he told us not to worry, that he'd be back with word of his findings.
I missed that line.
I knew we shouldn't have let him go down and explore that planet by himself.
Wait, really? This is auto-scrolling. This isn't fair. I think I'm gonna just reload so that I can read this again more carefully. Unless I can just restart it by examining the thing again. I didn't even... I guess I won't do voices for it the next time I read it just because I have to read it in such a hurry. And I can't even do anything here. I can't hold a button to skip. I just hope I can restart it. There'd be no point in reading this now without the context from the earlier lines that I missed. I'm just looking at the pictures. Way to introduce, like, 8 new characters and not give me time to come up with voices for them on the spot. I'm just hoping I can restart this sequence without having to restart from my last save point. Because otherwise it's gonna be a while. Oh, that's Jivon. I can see the name is just a palindrome of Jivon. I can see it. Just rearrange the letters. Is palindrome the right word? I know that's the right word for numbers, but I think for letters it was something else. Yep, I saw that one. Just the color of the beard and something about the shape of the face. Okay. Yes, we can just replay it immediately. Okay, perfect. I'm just gonna read in my normal voice and not worry about who's saying what. Somewhere within the confines of the universe. I know he told us not to worry, that he'd be back with word of his findings, but I'm concerned. I knew we shouldn't have let him go down and explore that planet by himself. Beigon can be so stubborn. Enough, we're going down there, whether he likes it or not. As concern mounted among his peers, Beigon lay unconscious on the surface below. Beigon, what happened? We hadn't heard anything for a whole day. You had us worried. It is difficult to explain. There was an enormous change in pressure as I descended through this world's atmosphere, or at least that's what I thought. To tell you the truth, I feel better than I ever have. What's going on here? You notice it too? Isn't it incredible? I believe this world emits an unlimited amount of energy that permeates every inch of our bodies. I can feel it, and I can also feel it dividing itself among us all. To have all of that energy flow into a single person must be indescribable. Each of them noticed how their abilities, both physical and mental, improved to boundless degrees, developing powers that they could never even have imagined yielding. These crystals seem to contain images of the past. We could use them to find out what happened here. Origin of the dark crystals, I assume? So that's where this energy's coming from. We're feeding off of every being in the universe that's taking their final breath. This is horrible. Freyden, I think that with your Valkyrie's power, we could keep the form they had while alive. We have no right to feed our powers with their souls now that we know where they come from. What do the rest of you think? I agree. As much as I like how this feels, Beigon's right. I can barely keep up with this auto-scroll. It's terrible. It's only fair. What about you, Leandris? Could you do it? The easy fix for this would have been... It worked well at first, but overpopulation didn't take long to create factions that waged war against one another in the name of their patrons. These now godlike overseers increasingly found themselves in fierce clashes over the energy radiating from this new world. Yeah, it's too much. I never wanted something like this to happen. Look what you've become. Look at yourselves and tell me if you recognize anything at all. Do you really think everything would stay the same after everything this place has done to us? We're something else now. Something I refuse to be a part of. As firstborn, I'm walking away from these ridiculous wars. I'll grant you my territories as well as all my disciples on the condition you redirect the souls to a planet of my choice. You can continue to receive mercenaries, but only if they themselves choose to come. Don't worry, they will have to pass a test to prove themselves worthy, so you will only receive soldiers capable of serving you. I'll send them myself. How you use them is up to you, I assume? Quality souls and Beigon out of the picture. What's the catch? Fine, I think you're stupid pushing all this away, especially since you're the one with more power than all of us, but if your decision benefits us, I won't stand in your way. Vantage, known as the first Einherjar to keep his bodily form thanks to the Valkyrie's power, receives a hurried visit from his master. Vantage, come, we must go now. No one can know that I'm taking you with me. You're my most powerful disciple, second only to the other children. I don't understand, Master, but if you need my help, you will of course have it. We will travel to a new world, one where I will never see the light of day again. That will be my penitence. As for you, Vantage, you will use your powers of alchemy to hide your true form and will become a guide to this new world. You will build a city, a symbol of the unity between the peoples of this universe, and in it you will host all of the souls you receive, making sure that they know never to search for me. Vantage, you will become a beacon of hope for hundreds of thousands. I know that you are up to the task. I understand, Master. In that case, from now on I will be known as Jivan. Okay, yeah, and even there, reading as fast as I can, I missed parts of it. You don't even have enough time to process who's saying what. They throw some pictures at you, they throw a bunch of new names at you, you don't even have enough time to examine the pictures and try to put a name to a face. That should not have been auto-scrolling text. I mean, all the other text in this game, we had full control, I'm pretty sure. Unless, was it also like that in the beginning? I think at the very beginning of the game, I think it also started with auto-scrolling text, but I remember that one going much slower. If that was the case, I might be misremembering, but I'm pretty sure in the beginning of the game, the introduction, it was either slow scrolling text, or it was text that we controlled, but there were long pauses between text boxes because there were like panning shots of images to go with the text. But yeah, there you go. What we get for finding all the dark crystals is some lore. So, yeah, what I got from that is that this is all part of an even bigger thing. So you've got these warring creatures, I suppose, that are from some other planet / galaxy / universe, and they discovered some sort of power, got drunk on that power, except one of them who maintained his sanity, and decided to put a stop to it all by just telling them that they can't recruit more people for their silly power struggle unless they pass a test, and I guess he intended for the test to be impossible. And yet here we are. So, are we the bad guys? Unintentionally? I don't need any of this.
Soldier, you have reached the end of your journey. We are at the gates of Beigon, the Guardian. Millennia ago, the souls of the fallen journeyed directly to the land of the gods. Now that destiny is reserved only for the most tenacious of champions, like you and your kind.
Okay, that was also translated wrong. But I get what she's saying.
But you must know something. I have reason to believe that the menacing dark plague that you had to face on a number of occasions could have originated within that room. I cannot be sure until you open it, but do not fear.
Oh. Okay, all that power that they got drunk on, probably came from the parasites. It's probably not infinite energy, it's probably something like a sugar rush or a caffeine rush where you feel temporarily energized, but then you crash hard and, well, now is the hard crash, and Beigon and all his associates are about to find out. Theorizing this late in the game about the lore may not seem very prudent, but can't help myself.
I cannot be sure until you open it, but do not fear. I'll be looking out for you once you step inside. If something goes wrong, I will intervene. Go forth, brave warrior, and face the last of all destinies.
And she gave us some sort of power, maybe? Some sort of protection? Probably just gonna be lore activated, not something that'll help us in a fight.
You should not have closed that door. It does not matter. The fact that you are here means it has worked. You shall be the first of a tide of souls yearning to find this place, hoping to complete their great quest. Do not fear, for salvation is at hand.
Soldier, that's not the Guardian. Beigon has allowed thousands of warriors to pass into the gods' Ragnarok. He would never say anything like that.
Infected?
Gods, you say? Those Fae?
Okay, they're Fae.
I will admit I did not expect to find one here, but this changes nothing.
Who are you to dare corrupt the established flow of souls? Speak!
Silence!
I guess he banished her?
Valkyries. Useless carcasses with neither soul nor sense. Though your words ring true, I am not Beigon, but with me, a destiny much grander than you have been prepared for awaits you. Because of me, my species and all those in the cosmos will transcend beyond their mortal lives.
Oh, and the eyes are yellow. Oh yeah, that's definitely parasite infection.
They will live for eternity, without worrying about bodily decay, Yggdrasil, or those selfish Fae. Do not resist. Once I have assimilated you, you will be saved.
Okay, we need to... Let's see. Wind is weak to fire. Oh, just hit him with the... Okay, got it. Match the color. Okay, I had it backwards.
You did good work finding those orbs. It is fortunate that even while using their power, they remain in their vessels. I will be able to extract them without destroying you. It would be such a waste if your essence was lost to the void.
What's the source of that mysterious voice? I don't even know what kind of voice to give this one.
What? Is that it? You still haven't realized? Surely you don't think it was just those orbs that got you here.
Is that a friendly voice, then? Oh, Dark Sword.
You're nothing special, but somehow you managed to become strong enough to defeat us, our energy finding a new home within you. We don't plan to let you die by an insect like that after everything you've done to us. We're all you have left now, whether you like it or not. Do it. Unleash our power and no one will be able to stop you. Do not disappoint us, soldier.
Oh, we unlocked the dark element.
Now I see why my parasites were unable to intercept you before. You have turned your own body into an orb capable of retaining all of that corrupt energy inside you. Powerful, but insignificant to me. Still, you harbor too much essence to let you go with them. Understand that I cannot allow this.
Can I change elements? Nope. Yeah, I had a feeling I was dead. Let's try that again. How do you even dodge that? I guess you just block it.
What, is that it? You still haven't realized. Surely you don't think it was just those orbs that got you here.
Actually, it was mostly the orbs. I mean, I guess I did use the book for a while, until I got some of the later spells.
You're nothing special, but somehow you managed to become strong enough to defeat us, our energy finding a new home within you.
And I read all those lines before, so we'll just skip past those. Oh, and I have a glowing red eye, too. I just noticed that detail. Oh my goodness. Really? You have got to be kidding me. That is the most unfair move imaginable. They home in on me, they don't even follow a set path. Okay, my Amulet of Death saved me there, I guess. Damage him at all during that? Oh wait, I think his protection is gone. No. I wonder what my dark full burst is. Oh, just normal burst attack. There's no dodging that one. I just remembered something I forgot. There's one last Valkyrie feather that I left unclaimed. Yeah, this is just an unfair move here, because if I try to go above them, they leap up and grab me anyway. Maybe I can destroy them or something like that, but... electricity. And this one's also unfair. There's no way to dodge it. I guess it's meant to just break your shield. Okay. You'd think there'd be a way to jump over it, but nah. We already tried that. Unless you have to be pixel perfect with it. Anything but sand. Oh my god. Most unfair attack of them all. Well, we're doing better. At least I can say that much. you barely have enough time to react to him aiming before he shoots his ice. So it doesn't really help that much that it shows you where he's going to shoot next. And he's still got more than half of his health. He really loves using that move. A little too much. Like, it is dodgeable, but... Just wait for there to be another phase after we clear this health bar, because that's how it goes with final bosses. If that was the only thing he did with the sand element, I would have no problem with it, but the hands, just no. And again, he's gonna throw the hands, yep. Ah. I don't think those actually hurt me. Really? It's over. We still haven't seen him use electricity. Oh, great. And that's only half his health. to be something I can do about that ice move that he does. There we go. Oh. Yeah, these whirlwinds don't hurt me. They just push me around. Okay. I've figured out those phases at the very least. We summoned them too close together. Okay, this one. Not sure what the strategy is for this. Okay, looks like blocking works. Okay, electricity. Let's see what you do. Oh god. And they can be deflected. Well, we got him down to about 1/3 of his health now, so we're getting better. I'm not exactly shocked to see that we were going to die to electricity, having seen it for only one time. Alright, mission 1, give me my health back. I think I lost more health in that process than I gained. Okay, yeah, this one's a dead run. But might as well use it to try and figure out more ways to deal with that ice and the stupid sand arms. Yep. Okay, blocking doesn't seem to always work on that. Oh. There's something I'm missing about how that ice phase works. Can I chain him, maybe? Nope, it doesn't seem to affect him. I'm not surprised by that. About to throw hands. Literally. Oh, right. They can also hit me on the way back down. Of course they have to make that the move that he uses the most. Oh, right. jumped over it. There's gotta be something about this. That was probably not the best place to put it. So much for timing a deflect. Would be nice if they would let us skip that sequence, but we've had that problem with other boss fights before. No point in climbing here. Yep. Okay, health is full. That's good. close enough to hit. I understand the electricity phase now, and I got my orbs back. Well, we got to see a new phase. Oh, I thought he was going to do the dark hand thing. Oh well, that's damage we can recover from pretty easily. It's a good thing I stopped last time. We're almost at 3 hours. Alright. This time for sure, we won't take any damage during that electricity phase. Grady. Okay, this was a bad run. Just kill me. Might as well practice dodging those, and there you go. So much for practice. I need to remember I have solid walls that I can jump off of. No. Oh, great. And we're getting that visual bug again. Oh, never mind. Just like that, all my health is gone. There's something about this move that I'm not seeing. There has to be some sort of way where you can dodge all of them proficiently, but I'm just not seeing it. Is there a pattern to where he aims? I mean, I know he tends to aim at me. Almost forgot. I stood in the wrong place. Should have stayed right in the middle. Stay right in the middle for the first wave of electricity. It's just the ice phase that I still don't have like a surefire method of avoiding damage for. Everything else, it's just a matter of good execution. And apparently with the fire phase, a little bit of luck. Is my current equipment right for this fight? Oh, and there's that visual bug. I knew I saw it earlier. middle. Where was the safe? Oh. I guess I could have just stayed in the middle again. Alright. I think that was the quickest we've ever broken him. So far a perfect run, but this is about to ruin it. So for the last quarter or so of his health. I guess that's all he's gonna do? That can't be all that he's gonna do. Oh no. Okay, there we go. I was worried my shield wouldn't recover in time. He really aimed them all the way to the wall. I was thinking maybe he wouldn't aim where he already has icicles. I was thinking maybe his ice would block some of his beams, but I guess not. And what makes matters worse is that he's invulnerable during that whole phase, which prevents me from even being able to heal. Unless I use potions, but I've made it this far without potions. I want to see it to the bitter end. I just ruined the sequence there. Never mind, fixed it. Ah. Oh, that doesn't damage me. Okay. That's good. Oh. There's gotta be something I can do about this. Okay. Amulet of Death saved me. I suppose that's just how it's gonna have to be. Oh, different set of structures. Oh no. Oh, this one. Ah. Well, we got to see more of them. I think that was the second fastest break we ever got on him. But yeah, I'm racking my brain trying to figure out what would be a good way to deal with that ice phase of his. And I can't think of anything, because if the lasers aim at you in a mostly horizontal direction while you're, moving horizontally, then obviously it's going to hit you, so the solution there is to jump. But once you're in the air, if he's aiming at just the right vertical angle, if he's aiming high enough, you might not be able to rise or fall in time to avoid another laser aimed at you in that direction. So I'm really not sure what the intended strategy was for dealing with that. Yeah, there's just not enough time between seeing the lasers. I don't know what they expect you to do for this. There has to be a way to do it perfectly, but I can't think of anything that would work. Blocking doesn't work. Well, sometimes it does, but not really. And then using the sand structures doesn't seem to work, because it seems that he can aim, even when the laser is aiming through a sand structure, he seems to be able to choose whether he wants the ice to land past that sand structure or on it, depending on where I am. Not fair. Oh god, no. Yeah. Oh, never mind. He shoots through the sand structure and summons ice on both the structure and the solid ground. I remembered from last time. Wait, what? I thought he was going to go into the next phase after this. Guess they wanted to be cheap. Okay, there we go. Oh, that's a different sequence from before. Okay, so it's not always the same sequence. We might have to use the Valkyrie feather, but I'm worried about what comes after this. There could be another boss fight right after it, another phase. If there is, I hope there's a checkpoint. Okay. I think I have something for the ice phase. I think the idea is to just wait for it to aim at me and then dash out of the way. Oh, I guess it doesn't have to aim straight at me. At or near me. Didn't react in time. soon. Oh. And blocking it was all I had to do. Alright, and we didn't even need to be saved by the Amulet of Death. I forgot what voice I gave him. Just a kind of tired old voice.
No, I cannot use all the power in this body. It eats away at me. I must put an end to you now.
Oh, trying to infect us with a parasite? So now, a battle within. I swore that I would save everyone. Oh, is that just my character's... Oh. What? Parasite 0. I don't even know if that was supposed to do anything. Oh. Dark magic. No, just my regular neutral... Wait, no, I don't have my normal neutral magic. Oh, I see. The purple shows where the attack is about to come, and then the claw strikes. Oh, is each eye supposed to be an element? Do I have to hit it with something like the supernova? Oh, wait, it's glowing purple. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Each eye represents an element. Oh, I want to use it, but let's see where this takes us. Okay, we got a checkpoint. And it glowing purple, does that mean I have to hit it with electricity? Yeah, there we go. Glowing red, so hit it with fire. I don't think this is gonna help. Okay. Yellow, so that's sand. Oh, come on. Wait, are these walls I can... Yes, I can jump off of those walls. I'm dead. But that's okay, we've learned something about this guy. heal from that. Oh. Can I block that? It just comes out so unexpectedly. But otherwise it seems to be a simple boss so far. Really liking fire. Or hating it, depending on your perspective. Okay, gotta focus more on survival. I think this is one of those nice and slow types of final bosses. I avoided one of them, and I don't know how. In case anybody's wondering why I keep switching to sand, sand is going to be in the middle of all the other elements, so That keeps all the other elements within 2 switches away. Ah. Yeah, this firewall thing is just unfair. I had a feeling that wouldn't work. Well, at least with wind, I can do this. I think we're just supposed to dash through that. I don't want to know how the scout is supposed to do this one. Can I block this? It'll break my shield. Of course, that attack has to come when I only have 1 chance to survive it. Or rather, when I have no chance of surviving it because my HP is too low. Not fair. At least the curse wore off. Okay, the Nova Blast, yep. Yeah, just gotta dash through it. Wow. Honestly, not a very entertaining boss fight. It's simple and it works, but doesn't really feel exciting to do. I don't get that adrenaline rush like I was getting with the previous fight. Those things are just... they're so unfair. Okay, I can just double jump over them. Their hitbox is smaller than it looks. Just kill me. This is a bad run. So, this thing is immune to neutral damage, and we got that supernova ability, which has not been helpful to us at all for any of these last few fights. Unless you count the regular parasites that we fought on the way up to the boss room. Yeah, kind of underwhelming. I was expecting the firewalls. This one caught me off guard. And that also caught me off guard. Middle eye means he's gonna do the big explosion. Gotta remember that. box is wider than the slash that precedes it. I timed it wrong. But at least we're getting to this phase sooner now, so we'll have more opportunities to practice it. That's 3 times this fight that I've been taken by that. As I was saying, 3 times this boss fight that I've been taken by surprise by that claw hitbox being a little bit wider than you'd expect. I knew I was going to take that one. What on earth is... Oh, you have to remember the sequence? Oh no. Well, at least we got to see some new moves. Oh my. One side, opposite side, middle. Gotta remember that. The one where it comes at me. Oh no. Yeah, that reminds me of Lumine's move from the end of, what's it called? Mega Man X8. I don't know how to avoid this. Oh, they're faster now. Oh, two. My goodness. Throwing everything plus the kitchen sink at us in the last minute. That last quarter of the health bar is going to be something. Bouncing off the wall seems to help direct its attacks in a more vertical angle where you can dodge it a little bit more easily with that claw sequence. I think I just have to dash to avoid that. No? Dashing wasn't it? Or did I just mistime that last one? It seemed that dashing worked the first 2 times, or did I just get lucky? I should have dodged those. I should have been able to. Yeah, this is already a dead run. I can feel it. Just kill me. I don't think we need the Valkyrie feather. We got so close. There's just one last move, it seems, that we need to learn how to navigate. this one? Ah. That's gonna be another dead run, huh? Unless I need to test it out again. Does my healing work if I choose the right element? Nope. Nope, not at all. The health I have is the health I have. Get one block. I think there's only one beneath me. Yeah, I just have to time it right. Oh. Amulet of Death saved me. There we go. Would have been nice to do that without relying on the Amulet of Death, but that's the equivalent of using a Valkyrie Feather. I mean, I've been holding on to it for so long, and if there's any place to use it, it would have to be the final boss.
The Fae is too annoying.
Oh, Beigon is fighting back.
This isn't possible. I can't stay in here anymore.
Cursed creature. Reveal yourself.
One more fight.
Beigon? Beigon, what's happening?
I spent so long denying it my power, closing off every inch of my mind. So much so that, once freed, I could not control myself. That thing, it should not have been able to escape.
How is this possible, Beigon? How has that thing been able to get so close to someone with your power?
It managed to squeeze a small insect through one of my portals, and I let my guard down for a moment. 2 mistakes that I shall be able to forgive myself for.
Shall or shall not? I think that's a translation error.
The portal. The world those mortals came from?
Precisely. Soldier, that creature is wounded, but it has taken refuge in your world. Your civilization is in imminent danger.
And everybody's here. Yep.
The Guardian! You've done it, soldier! I am sorry I could not give the welcome you deserved, soldiers. I am Beigon, the Guardian.
Listen, Guardian.
Calm yourself, human. I know your demands. Your mortal souls still live, and as such, your request is valid. But you must know that the creature that held sway over me this entire time has escaped to your world. What's more, your presence here is connected to a human, one that was infected by a parasite which traveled through one of my portals.
Yep. Arkzel.
Arkzel! This brave soldier has confronted the parasite that created all of these creatures which attacked you in the tower, and has released me from its hold, but with it, your home has been damned.
Is there nothing you can do to stop it?
While I possess the power to travel to any corner of the universe, my penance prevents me from doing so. I will remain in the chamber until the end of time, regardless of what happens. But you who have faced the Scourge on more than one occasion may still have a chance against this threat.
Our mission lies with our kingdom.
No, human. This endeavor goes far beyond protecting a kingdom. It concerns your entire world, and, after yours, the next one, and the next one, and so on. This is what the parasite does.
All right. Attention, soldiers! We are going home, but not to celebrate our return, nor to join the war our people find themselves embroiled in. We will inform our kingdoms of what stalks us all, and together we will stand against this scourge. We shall save our world for Zarga! You heard the general! We're going home! Yeah! It is decided.
So be it. To return, all you must do is cross the portal. Go forth. This is all I can do for you.
Thank you for allowing us to cross.
Do not thank me. The day may come when you regret having faced this evil.
We'll do what we can. Let's go!
Soldier, you have absorbed more essence than anyone else could have. You are almost as powerful as an Einherjar. Do not succumb to the dark power within you, or you will lose yourself forever. Never forget these words.
Setting up a sequel.
Thank you for coming so far and freeing me. You have done the impossible. Now go with your kind. You have earned it.
Just tell me we get a boss rush. Oh. Well, that's not a pretty sight.
No! Soldier, after everything we've done to get home, we've lost. We've lost everything.
No, brave warriors. Your world is not yet lost. Your mission is to defeat the infestation. Gather all the troops you can and fight until the end. You mortals always find the strength. I have seen it thousands of times.
It's true. They will not break us so easily. We will not give up without a fight. They will not be rid of us without first seeing what we are. We are soldiers!
So that's it. We just passively reveal that Arkzel was the one behind this all along. And I guess he was possessed by a parasite, according to what Beigon just said. Okay, time to see. Do we get a New Game Plus? Do we get a Boss Rush mode? Or is our save file just where it was? In which case, it's time to pick up that last Valkyrie feather. I think there's an achievement for 100% exploration, and then we're done. Oh, those are the developers, I assume? I didn't pay attention to the text preceding it, but I assume that's the case. A team of 3 seems reasonable. And yeah, a lot of Spanish names, which makes sense considering I don't know if I ever mentioned it before, but I was reading one of the entries, one of the, I think, bestiary entries had an untranslated word, and I looked it up, and it was the Spanish word for butt, B-U-T, pero. And also, we have one of our accessories has an effect called brasas, which I forget what it translates to in Spanish, but I think it was something fire related, and I think it gave us like resistance against fire or whatever. Still growing the, I forget its first name, but something Lilianthus, I think is what that flower was called. Silver and Bayou, I think were their names. And Scribbles, of course. You can't forget Scribbles. Wait, did they hitch a ride without him knowing? That could very easily be the case, knowing Scribbles. He's kind of... He comes across as the type of person who would not have that much awareness of his surroundings, which is kind of ironic considering that he's a map maker. Oh no, new Spider Queen. Epilogue. Life never truly goes away. You can always find it somewhere along its course, beyond time and space. I have seen the Sea of Oberon, and it is there that I plan to take you, the Navigator. The only reason I was able to read that is because the stream screen is a couple seconds delayed. Oh no! Oh no, he's still here.
You must be brave to stand before me, witch, after everything you've done to me.
Oh, and we actually get to control the text progression here.
Would you rather have turned to dust and bones?
I would have survived an arrow if you hadn't dragged me here.
If there's one thing that's certain, mortal, it's that our gift makes no mistakes. Calm your rage.
Our gift, huh? Did you infect him with a parasite too?
Mistakes like bringing still living soldiers from Zarga to the afterlife?
Zarga. Oh, those soldiers. I have absolutely no idea why they were brought in that state, but it is exactly them I have come to speak to you about.
I don't plan on hanging around here much longer, so be quick.
I have seen the hate you have for them, though you don't have to be particularly observant to notice it, I must say. I would like to propose an alliance both of us would benefit from.
Go on.
You want to finish them, and I want to finish certain plans.
Why don't you do it yourself? Unlike the others, you seem to take things into your own hands.
How observant you are. Unfortunately, my enemies have developed a talent for disposing of my minions. I no longer have any use for these parasites.
And I suppose that's where I come in?
With an ally like you, their magic won't save them. But first, we must do something about your rather limited power.
Oh, she's gonna corrupt him.
Don't mock me, Valkyrie. Tell me your plan.
Let's just say you'll be skipping a few lessons ahead. Pack your bags, we're going to Ragnarok.
All right, I have nothing left to lose.
That's not the spirit I expected, but it'll do. We have a pact now, mortal.
Man, that voice kills my throat. Just a minute. Okay, that should be better.
Whatever you say.
You won't regret it.
Congratulations, you've finished Souldiers. Do you want to save your progress? Oh, that's a good question. I mean, we have to see Parasite Zero and Beigon in the bestiary as bosses. So there has to be a way to reopen our save file, right? Monsterologist, complete the bestiary in your encyclopedia. Master of Magic, complete the game as a caster. You've unlocked Game Plus mode. Convert your completed game to a mode where you'll carry over certain elements from your previous game, but with a much higher level of difficulty. And the only option is yes. Okay. Am I sure I want to load? Yes. Don't tell me there's... Wait. Oh. I'm in Hafen. Okay. Let's go ahead and unlock that last chest. We've defeated everything. We haven't had to use the Valkyrie Feather. I mean, I guess getting lucky with the... what's it called? Getting lucky with the Amulet of Death, I guess, kind of counts as using a Valkyrie feather in a way. You could also say I equipped a soul ring. Let's see. Yeah, just straight to the right. Oh. Oh, I had to wait a couple seconds longer. Really? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I know I can't carry anymore, but now we've got 100% exploration everywhere. Okay, back to Hafen City. Okay, save the game there. And let's take a look at our last few entries. Oh, map is not at 100%. What am I missing? Okay, update to Arczel. Let's see. Arczel proposed a sudden and last-minute change to the chosen strategy for dealing with Daedalm's army, leading half of Zarga's troops to hide under the mountains, the site of the unfortunate accident that brought Brigard and his soldiers to Terragaya. It doesn't say anything new, as far as I can tell anyway. This feels like it's all old stuff. Anything new about Galeth? Nope. Okay, Beigon. Beigon, the Guardian, while he is said to have exceptional power, Beigon remains hidden away in his chamber, waiting for those who are capable of dealing with all the dangers necessary before finding him. Only those who are truly ready have a chance of being worthy of the gods and of their Ragnarok. Beigon's power allows him to be in contact with anywhere in the universe thanks to his ability to conjure portals. It seems that the Zero Parasite took advantage of this situation, sending one of its kind to Zarga. After this, Zero managed to gain control over Beigon's actions, bringing about a constant struggle within his mind as he fought against his occupier to close all of the portals and prevent universe-wide propagation of the parasite. Okay, and that's the last entry there. And for the bestiary... I guess they're the last three, right? I think it was just 3 more down here. Okay, Aganox. Aganox, also known as the Dragon of Resurrection, is powerful enough to be an orb himself. Due to this trait, this beast makes for a perfect final obstacle to showcase the bravery of whoever dares to face him before finding Terragaya's guardian. While dying over and over again may not be the best of fates, it certainly serves as an example of the dragon's willingness to sacrifice for Beigon in exchange for order in his world. Okay. The now corrupted guardian of Terragaya, manipulated like a puppet by Parasite Zero. He speaks of salvation and a bright future, yet the underlying parasite's sinister tone dissolves all doubt of his, or rather its, true motives. Beigon, intended to be sought out by all living beings in the universe, seems to act as an unlimited food source for the parasite. The mysterious parasite will do anything to get what it came for. So much so that it even seriously wounded Leandris, the matriarch of the Valkyries. Luckily, deep down, part of Beigon was still aware of his situation, which prevented Parasite Zero from fully unleashing his power. Had Beigon completely succumbed, the parasite would have been impossible to defeat, given the Guardian's unmatched abilities. Oh, and that's just Parasite Zero's normal form. Okay, I see. Yeah, that's the face. As part of its simply terrifying nature, Parasite Zero scours entire planets at immense speed, releasing millions upon millions of microparasites that erupt from its insides. These spawn then mark their victims, readying them for assimilation by Parasite Zero. An infected host may notice heightened abilities and skills. I think it's as the parasite. An infected host may notice heightened abilities and skills as the parasite makes full use of their mind and body. Though in other cases, and as a consequence of overexertion, the host can collapse from exhaustion. The microparasite remains trapped and waiting within them. The true motive behind its actions is unknown, but its fate was sealed when it entered Beigon's chamber. The Guardian, in an effort to keep the creature at bay, blocked his own portal summoning abilities. As a result, Parasite Zero adapted its plans and conspired to lure all living beings towards it with the help of an external agent, starting with Zarga's army. Okay. So that's the last of those entries. There's a map that's not at 100%, and I can imagine there's a missing chest somewhere in the Dragon Castle. 3 missing chests. Okay. We've got some more exploring to do. Oh no, where could they possibly be? Wait. Probably there. And there's probably something over there to the right as well. Let's teleport and see what we can find. I'll give it like 20 minutes, and after that, if nothing's turning up, I'll just leave it. I can look up a map later and do it off screen, and that'll be it. If there's anything interesting about New Game Plus, any continuation to the story, then we'll have another episode of this. If not, then I'm still not sure. Like I said towards the start of the stream, I'm not entirely sure if I want to stream a scout and archer run of the game. There's something suspicious about this. There's gotta be something here. Okay, what do we have? 1 chest. Find all the hidden rooms. Okay, I found all hidden oh. And there's one more chest. Collect all secondary weapons. You got Dark Sword. This sword moves around your head, creating a rotating slash that's difficult to dodge. Okay, let's see that. Oh! Oh, that is a nice wide arc. Okay, but we're still missing one final chest. And I've found all hidden rooms, so where is it? If it's not in a hidden room, then probably somewhere that I just haven't reached yet? As high as that goes. There's one more chest somewhere around here. In a place that's already supposed to be visible. I already tried messing around down here when I was doing stuff off screen, when I was farming the wyvern accessories. So it can't be that. Maybe up here somewhere. There has to be something up there. They wouldn't just... Let's see. And I don't see those bubbles taking us anywhere. The achievement says we've discovered all the hidden rooms. There's one chest missing. It has to be in a non-hidden room. I guess I can go down over there and see if that one gap in the map is actually where it is. I doubt it, but... Let's see. Can I just stare down like this and... Okay, filled the map that way, so there's nothing hiding there. Where could it possibly be? I've filled pretty much the entire map now, unless it's down here somewhere. Can't fall through the floor here. I can't even look down. So, yeah, can't be down here. There's no way it's up there. Is there an unopened chest somewhere around here? Nope, they all look open to me. I really don't know. All that's left is to try that bubble down there. I doubt it'll take me anywhere, but... Let's see, was it this way? Yeah. That's all that's left. There's nothing else. No, nothing. Absolutely nothing. I guess that last chest is, I don't know, conjured up by defeating something? Okay, let's try going through the last portal. Oh. And it's still considered a point of no return. Does that mean I can refight Beigon? I suppose it does. Aha. And the story just pretends that we're still back when we first did this, I assume. This isn't even considered, yeah, this isn't even considered part of the Dragon Castle map, so... Okay, I think I know where that last chest is. I think I know. And now that I have the Dark Sword, that might be the key. I think I know. There was that one emblem in the background that I found suspicious. I've got to try that. That's the last possible thing it could be. Because I did mess around with it off screen and didn't really get any results. Same dialogue, same everything. Yep. Okay, well now I know. Let's return to the main menu. Oh! And I can change the game mode. Start the game from the beginning, but keep the following elements from your previous game. Level, masteries, and skills. If you save your game in this mode, progress from your previous game will be overwritten. Nope. I'll look at that on my own time, and if it's interesting, then maybe we will resume with that. But for now, there is one more place to check. I think it's, yeah, right down there. over here. Oh! Light the candles. Yes? No? That doesn't seem to be the trick. Okay, what about... No, Dark Sword doesn't do it. What about the Sword of Zarga? No? Is it one of those things where I stand here long enough and something happens? That could be the case, because my idle animation has me look towards the background. Let's try that. It worked for the pitch's whistle, why not this? We'll wait a couple minutes and see if anything happens. This is the last thing I can think of. If this doesn't work, I'll just look online and see where it is. Because it's not in a hidden room, at least not according to the achievement, unless it triggered early and forgot to count something. No results so far. I probably should have looked at a timer or something. I don't even know how long it's been. I want to say it's been at least 2 minutes. I'm trying to think, was there anywhere else that maybe there was some sort of hidden puzzle? Well, there are the 2 piston things that I was suspicious of. I think one of them is actually in that next room to the right. Okay, I think that's been about 3 minutes now. I think it's safe to say that if anything was going to happen, it would have happened by now. So the other thing is these over here. This thing feels like it goes down. Oh no. Let me see. That doesn't do anything. And I already tried bombing down here, and that didn't do anything either. Doesn't seem to matter which side you hit it from, nothing happens. Don't see any cracks in the floor. Let's see. I see two crests here with some sort of mark. Yeah, it doesn't match the... whatever you want to call those things. Those pillars, pistons. Okay, I'm out of ideas, so I'm just gonna go recharge my weapon ammo. See, that is much easier than using the shop. At least I think, because last time I used the shop I had to keep on pressing right to increase the amount of ammo I was buying, right? Or was there an option to just press left and have it immediately go to max? I don't remember. But anyway, I'll save here and I'll see what New Game Plus has for us. And it did say if I save in New Game Plus, then my file will be gone, which means I can at least look at it without saving and see what it's about, and if there's anything interesting going on there, then the journey continues. Otherwise, I have a decision to make as to whether I want to stream the Scout and Archer routes, or if I want to just do them as a regular Let's Play on the VODs channel, or just play them privately for my own pleasure and leave it at that. Because we've been doing Souldiers for months now, and I think it's time for some new games. So yeah, we'll see what I'm gonna do. I'm leaning more towards that second option, doing it as a Let's Play, just so that there's something more than just old VODs on that channel. I want it to be more than just a VODs channel. So that's what I'm leaning towards, but that could just add more busy work to my schedule. Though, one advantage of the Let's Play format is that I can record whenever. It doesn't have to be at a scheduled time, so I can record like multiple parts in a long session if I have the free time, and then upload those, you know, on some sort of rotation. We'll see. I need to think about it some more, but yeah, those are the potential options. So we'll see what we do next week, but one thing's for certain, I definitely want to do some Terraria next week, so maybe if I haven't made a decision about what to do with Souldiers, or I don't have anything new to show, maybe that's what we'll do on Friday. Maybe we'll do some Terraria, because I haven't touched that game in like a month now. But we'll find out next week. Maybe sooner, depending on how my schedule clears up. Second week of AP exams is upon us, and the students that were learning the courses that were covered in the first half are now done, so my schedule should be a little bit lighter, but you never know. I might get those last-minute requests, and I might be gullible enough to accept them. Who knows? Anyway, that'll be it for today. Hope you enjoyed watching the finale question mark plus setup / cliffhanger for a sequel. And we'll see if New Game Plus addresses any of the questions that I'm still left with. If it does, then we'll resume with that. But if not, then I guess we will wait and see if this development team releases a sequel. It's not a terrible game, but there's definitely, I don't want to say a lack of polish either, because they did add a lot of detail. Like, things as little as this. Being able to hit these books with the wind element, like, they didn't need to do this. They didn't need to go out of their way to do this stuff. So, I wouldn't say it's a lack of polish. There's definitely, well, I don't know. I just feel like there's some fine-tuning that needed to be done. A little bit more playtesting could have helped, and maybe they could have consulted. I feel like this might have been the first game of whoever developed it, and for a first game, pretty good. Pretty good for a first game. But I feel like if they consulted someone with a little bit more experience in game development, maybe they would have avoided some of the things that just get on the nerves of most players. I think a lot of this stuff that happened in the Sunken Lab, for example, especially like that last third, exploring there, that stuff could have used like a second opinion. But I'll try and organize my thoughts a little bit better whenever I eventually do a review of this game, because, this game needs a review. The mixed reviews that this game got, I'm not sure I agree with them. Like, there are some things that I don't like. We mentioned at the very beginning of the stream today how there's something wrong about the drop rates. And I'm not sure how the RNG of this game works. Maybe if I'm crazy enough, I'll do a bunch of test runs and gather some statistics and see what I can figure out. But there is something wrong. There's something about the rates that just doesn't feel right to me, especially with these last few. I don't know if all enemies have the same rate of dropping their own accessory or not. If some of them have a lower rate and it was it was a deliberate choice to make the wyverns have a lower drop rate, even though they are rarer enemies to come across, then yeah, that is something I would take off points for, but just because I'm going to take off points doesn't mean it merits these negative reviews that brought it down to mixed reviews on Steam. Actually, I don't even know what the reviews look like currently. Maybe it's improved since. But yeah, it's not going to be the pinnacle of Metroidvanias. Definitely not that, but it's an experience that I think most people who enjoy Metroidvanias would not want to miss out on. Story is nice, characters are enjoyable, they've got good personalities. None of them seem too like, exaggerated. They're familiar archetypes. None of it feels like it's trying too hard. There's a story here. It can be deep, but it's also still overall really simple, and that's a positive. It's not overly complicated, but if you think about it, there is some deep lore to be had. There's a lot to think about, especially with that sequence that we saw as a reward for getting all the dark crystals. But anyway, that's enough of me yapping. Take care. I will see you guys next week, or maybe sooner, and see what it is that we are going to do with this game or whatever other game I have ready for you guys next time. Until then, take care, and I will see you later. Okay, we're good to go. So, a lot has happened in the past 5 days. So, something unfortunate happened. We all saw the prompt for New Game Plus and what it said. It said that it would overwrite your file if you saved after starting New Game Plus. So I thought that meant it was safe to take a peek at New Game Plus, see what it's like without saving. I never touched a single dragon sword. Well, here's what happens. There's my save file. It's basically a blank save slot because I didn't save in it, but it's for New Game Plus mode and there's no way to go back. So, over the past few days, I grinded a separate file. I did not redo every single thing. I only spent, you can see from the time there, 13 hours and 48 minutes total. Only 14 hours, the equivalent of, I guess, 7 streaming sessions, maybe less. Getting back to a certain point in the Dragon Castle to find the last missing item. So let's go ahead and get in there and take a look at that. I wanted to do this in a hurry, so I did it in the easiest mode, which was Explorer mode, as you saw right there on the save file. And oh my goodness, everything died so easily. Most bosses took only a single try, a few of them took 2 or 3, and probably would have taken 1 try if I wasn't just being reckless. Anyway, so the New Game Plus only saving if you actually save within New Game Plus, that was only one lie that was told to us at the end of last stream. Here's the other lie. The other lie is that the achievement told us we found all the hidden rooms, right? Wrong. Here is the final chest that we never got. It was a Lacrima fragment. I guess we didn't really need it. I was at 135 max HP. I guess it would have been, I don't know, 145 or whatever the boost is that you get from getting 4 Lacrima fragments. But clearly we did not need it. So there you go. There is the last chest that I did not get. Now then, while I'm over here and discussing the easiest mode, one thing I did try to do, I did not try to revisit any maps. Every map I went to, once I cleared it, I was out. So I collected everything that I could on the first pass, and once I defeated the boss of that area and I left, I never revisited, never came back with new abilities, never did any of that. So, here's how much progress you can make doing that. In the spider lair, I found 4 out of 6 Beigons, the Dark Crystal, and 54 out of 69 chests. 78% on the very first pass. This is what's possible before you get any elements other than fire, before you get any tools, before you get the ability to go underwater, before you get the air dash, the double jump, etc. Then we go to the Sabuna Desert. 82%, 2 out of 3 Beigons obtained, 16 out of 19 chests obtained. I did not come back for this Sand Crystal or that Servodrone that I think is also part of that same puzzle. Never did any of that. Great Pyramid. Actually, quite close to complete. The only thing missing is 2 chests and 1 Beigon, and I assume that's all down here. I assume all of that is down here. So you can make pretty good progress in the pyramid on your very first pass. Tempest Plains and those other, like, you know, unofficial areas, I kind of just did whatever. If I came across a chest, I picked it up. Otherwise, I just ignored it. Floating Module. 85% on first pass. No Dark Crystal. I assume that's hidden behind one of those places that you need the slime form in order to get to. But yeah, 1 Dark Crystal and 10 chests left to go. And that's on your very first pass. Half in Sewers, I did not really explore all that thoroughly. Yeah, only as much as I had to in order to get to the Sunken Lab, really. And in the Sunken Lab, I've got 95%. You need wind to get that blue chest over there, I'm pretty sure. So you can't get that on the first pass. But yeah, otherwise it's just 3 chests left. You can get almost everything on the first pass. I did not do much with Hell Swamp, and Fire Temple, I guess, would be the last major one. 96%, only missing 3 chests. I'm pretty sure the 3 missing chests are from the second entry point from the spider lair side of things. There was, let me see, this part connects to the spider lair down here. I believe there's one other part that connects to the spider lair, and then from that side you can break it open to connect to where this save point is, and I think that's where the remaining 3 chests are. But yeah, 96% first pass of the Fire Temple. This one makes the most sense. By this point, you get every element, and you get the sprinting ability, and there's basically nothing left that you would need as far as exploration tools are concerned. And let me see, for the Dragon Castle I just kind of rushed through, but let's see, what did I get? I got 18 out of 30 chests, but right now I'm in a position to get all of them, and might as well, while we're here, might as well show off just how trivial the bosses are in the easiest mode. Like, you can just rush them and basically kill them before they kill you. You barely have to even try dodging most of the time. Let's go ahead and try this Agonox boss fight and see how it goes. I'll give it like 2 or 3 tries. I've got the Amulet of Death and Hunter's Medal ++ equipped, I believe. Probably should change the Hunter's Medal to the Oculus Necklace, but who cares? Done. First try. Although, to be fair, I had the advantage of knowing in advance when he goes for that wind attack. Just get underneath him and hit him with the wind burst. That's probably not going to be an option for Scout and Archer, but if you're playing as a spellcaster, then there you go. Oh, another thing I noticed about easy mode is that accessories seemed to drop a lot more frequently, because I'm at level 38. I'm not at max level. I did not really grind anything. This is how quickly I was able to get here. Didn't even reach max level, not even close. Just barely over 2/3 of the way to max level. I'm clearly missing some masteries here. Some are not even available to pick. That's how early I am in getting here. And let's take a look at the accessories that I got. Let's see, the Bone Pendant Plus dropped pretty much immediately during my first pass in the Spider Lair from those Acolyte guys. I never even got the basic Amulet of Greed, but the Amulet of Greed Plus dropped twice for me on the way to the Hell Swamp. Just casually, like that. I think the Stony Armlet Plus was a bounty reward. I did do some of the bounties. Well, all but one of them. The one that requires you to go under the water in the Spider Lair, because again, I was not revisiting. I wanted to show how far you can get without doing that. And I do still have, by the way, we'll see it later, the whatever the name of the accessory was from Edel. Edel's necklace. So you don't have to complete all the side quests, but I would have to imagine you do need to at least get her the sword from the mines, which I did. This was a bounty reward, I'm pretty sure. I think all three of these are actually bounty rewards. Solar Pendant dropped pretty early for me while I was exploring the pyramid. Actually, it might have been before I got into the pyramid. It might have been in the Sabuna Desert. I don't quite remember. Serpentine Cuff Plus drops from the purple guys in the pyramid. Didn't really have to farm them that hard to get this. The Firestone Plus I think was the drop from the Anubis guards. Got that pretty easily, even though I was kind of just skipping some of them. Feathered Tiara Plus dropped 3 times, as you can see there, from the crows in the floating module. Got 2 electrifying cloaks from the Blinks, also in the floating module. The Aatrox Plate Plus dropped fairly quickly from a barrage. The Blood Ring Plus. I wasn't even trying. I was ignoring most of those blood turs, and I still got one. And the Blood Ring, one of them actually came from a chest, and then immediately afterwards, one of them dropped from a bat. Red Scale Plus, it dropped twice while I was in the Fire Temple. Spiny Shell Plus also dropped from the Carcinos while I was in there. I just got this Oculus Necklace Plus from a chest here in the Dragon Castle. And yeah, there you go. We have Edel's Necklace, and of course, the Amulet of Death. And I also found there was a cutscene that I missed. I did not get to see Sangragor being corrupted. That was actually a scene that you get to witness, but I missed it because I had already explored when we were supposed to get the flower for Jivon after the parasite attack on Hafen. because I already made it all the way to Vince's house, where the save point is, hold on, let's actually just go there. Because I had already made it all the way here, exploring before carrying on with the main quest, when I had to come here, I just teleported here. And if you teleport here, well, you miss a cutscene, and the cutscene takes place pretty much immediately once you get to that waterfall area. Actually, this isn't the closest save to it. The closest save is, oddly enough, this one. This one has the least walking distance. So yeah, if you get here, once you reach these two bulb plant things, whatever they're called, you get a cutscene triggered. Uter comes and tells you to hop on, and you hop onto the horse, and then you both go, and there's a soldier at the top of the waterfall who is running scared from a parasite. He backs away from the parasite, falls off the edge of the waterfall, falls into the water, and then we see two Valkyries come over here, and one of them decides to go into the water and pick him up, and that is when she gets infected by the parasite that was originally targeting the soldier. And that is the origin of Sangregor's corruption. So there you go. That is something I did not catch the first time because I skipped over it. So I guess I kind of got my wish. I was trying the whole entire game to see if I could sequence break anything at all. The closest I got was skipping that last phase of Aganox's boss fight where he reveals the spike pits. But turns out I had done a sequence break without even realizing it very early into the game. So yeah. As for the continuation of Souldiers, I'm going to go with the second option I mentioned last time. I'm going to go with just doing it as a regular Let's Play on the VODs channel, so if you are interested in seeing that, that is on YouTube. It is Al the Tutor 2, the number 2. Just same username, add on the number 2. The VODs channel is separate from my main YouTube channel because the main YouTube channel is more focused on just, I guess, educational material. I mean, it's not meant to be exclusively an education channel, but it just doesn't sit well with me for the place where I post all my physics and math and chemistry videos to be filled with gaming videos. It just feels too different. Posting the occasional game review on that channel, that makes sense to me, but posting all the gaming videos there, no, that requires a separate channel, and that's why the second channel exists. So if you want to continue with this journey with me as a scout and an archer, that is where I will be continuing that. Maybe not immediately, but soon enough. I don't see myself taking more than a month to get started on the second playthrough, and in that second playthrough we'll be able to look at the story now that we have the gift of hindsight and we can see everything that's going on. I can comment a little bit further, put more of the pieces of the puzzle together as far as the story's lore is concerned. Story's lore? I don't even know if that is a valid phrase. I mean, I wouldn't say story and lore are synonyms, but anyway. So that is everything I wanted to show with this, I think. Oh, wait. Let me see. Bestiary. I didn't even touch any of these. Let's see. Something I noticed, and I don't know if it's exclusive to this easy mode, but these little spiders, sometimes they would appear in gold. And I think they just dropped extra money. And there was another enemy that was similar to that. I think it was the sewer rats. Yeah, the sewer rats. I saw one sewer rat that was wearing a crown. Oh, and yeah, the Altera Spy, its hidden drop is indeed the Vimana gear wheel, so just confirming what I had to look up online. It doesn't have a special accessory to drop, but if it did, I would have hoped it would be the missing Blood Ring Plus, because that is not an accessory you can get in this game for some reason. Yeah, here we go. The rats. I think it was one of these regular white rats, and it had a crown on it, and that was it. So, yeah. I'm not sure if that happens with other enemies in this game, but it might just be an easy mode thing that you sometimes, or maybe it's just more likely in easy mode and it can happen in every difficulty setting. I don't know. But that's another thing that can happen. You sometimes see, like, I guess, rare versions of enemies. And the only difference that I noticed, at least with the golden spiders, is that they dropped extra gold. I don't know if the rat with the crown dropped anything extra. Not that I was paying attention to their regular drops. Okay, New Game Plus. So as you can see there, I've got the dark element that we found that we discovered within ourselves at the end of last stream while we were fighting Beigon. So, New Game Plus, if you remember what we read, or just go back and rewatch the footage, it said that it was a more difficult mode, and looking on the internet says it's even harder than the hardest mode in this game, so I guess it's just one more extra challenge. The only thing you gain from it, as far as I can tell, is one single achievement for completing it once. You don't even have to complete it as every character, as far as I'm aware. Let's see, and I don't think there was anything here that really merited reading, except there was one thing I wanted to point out. When we look at Arczel, look at the eyes. Well, there's only one eye that you can see, but you get my point. Those seem to be the yellow parasite style eyes. I don't know if that's an intentional thing, because looking at the footage from last time, even after the parasite was removed from Beigon, his eyes were still looking yellow. So I don't know if it's an indicator, but that's just something to keep in mind. I guess I can just hit escape here to skip. Yeah. I don't think I tried that last time with the story of the Fae. I think I was trying other keys, but I don't think I tried escape. So yeah, you come here and you don't get the normal neutral element anymore. Now you just have this. Your dark mode. I don't think it's doing anything other than just looking cool, but yeah, I've got my level 50 here. I have no potions, no vials, no items. All those accessories I grinded, gone. To be fair, most of them weren't that great anyway. And yeah. So you lose your accessories. Interestingly enough, you don't lose your money. Look over there in the top right corner. Coins 256,863. Armor upgrades are lost. You have to regrind those. You still have all of your magic. And you lose 6 of your abilities. I don't know if we regain them later or if they're just locked out forever, but yeah, these 6 abilities, Elemental Touch and Elemental Defense, both gone. And for some reason, this is New Game Plus mode. You should already know everything. But for some reason, the game insists on redoing all the tutorials. Which is kind of weird. It feels like... I don't know what they were thinking when they decided to include that. I guess they just kind of reused the same code for the tutorial system and just carried it over to New Game Plus without really thinking, but they should have removed it. But yeah, you get the tutorial pop-ups again. Every time you get something, every time you get a potion, it'll explain what a potion is, and every time you obtain a new element, it'll explain the element again, even though you had to play through the whole entire game to get to this mode. So yeah, a bit of an inconvenience, but I mean, it's just a couple text boxes. It's not, you know, it's not the end of the world. Oh, right, and I can't double jump. But I do still have all my abilities. I can summon the book, for example. And maybe you notice there, those slimes are taking more hits to kill, even though they're taking quite a bit of damage. And here we go. Would you like to relearn how potions work? Restores part of your health bar. I don't know who needs this. But yeah, we finally get to find out what the reward is for defeating the Knoll over here. And the reward is just some health and money. And I'm trying not to do voices today because my throat is not feeling too good. And there you go. Apparently enemies are supposed to have more health than they do in a normal game mode. I don't know if that's also true for just different difficulty settings. I guess I could start a hard file and see what the HP was. Actually, does the bestiary reflect those changes? This thing has 14 HP. Slimes have 14 HP here. Might as well save. I was ignoring these. I got up to where I obtained the fire orb, and I was just ignoring them, not even lighting them up. Forget about saving at these points. I wasn't even activating them. I didn't even want to chance that. And still, it just tossed away my save file, and I did try to salvage it using the cloud, but I messed up. I clicked the wrong thing. I clicked reattempt sync instead of... because I wasn't sure how to... I've had instances where, like, my internet goes out and I continue a game in offline mode, and then the next time I open the game, it gives me a choice between sticking with the save that I have in the cloud or the one on my local machine. And I thought that's what was going to happen when I clicked retry sync, because I tried to desync it from the cloud and then reactivate cloud saves. I thought that's what was going to happen, and it didn't. It just, when I clicked resync, it just took the one that was the most recent and decided, oh, the local file is the most recent one, so that's the one that we're going to send to the cloud. And at that point, it was save file lost forever. It's not like I was going to do much with that save file anyway. All that's missing, really, is the achievement for 100% exploration, which I can get on other files. In fact, that easy mode file that I just showed you, it probably wouldn't take me too long to get it on that file if I really wanted to get it, like, this weekend. But it can wait. One achievement I did get, however, while doing that easy mode file, is the potion achievement. I finally did the drink 100 potions thing. I don't know if it counts across multiple files, if it's just keeping track of how many times you consume potions in the game at all, regardless of whether it's within a single file or across multiple files. But I got it, and it's done with, and I never have to think about it again. So, there we go. Let's go ahead and step out of this, and then was there anything else I wanted to do with this other file? I feel like there was something else I wanted to show here. What was it? Oh, and there you go. Mode, Game Plus mode. Okay, so it's listed in the same place where the difficulty level is listed. So yeah, Game Plus mode is just a higher difficulty. I didn't feel like it was that much more difficult, to be honest, but maybe that's because I'm still in the first area and I have all my level 50 benefits. My HP is a lot lower than the 135 that I had at the end of the original playthrough, because I have to rediscover the Lacrima fragments. But still, 75 HP is way more than I had in the beginning of a brand new file, that's for sure. So maybe it'll pick up and get harder after that, but there you go. That's New Game Plus mode and the missing item, that last missing item that I couldn't find I should have just looked at a map beforehand, just to be on the safe side, but I don't know what I was thinking. Oh, story-wise. Last time I brought up that maybe it was Beigon was the one that Leandris was talking to the whole time. It wasn't. It wasn't, because after rewatching the footage from last time, I saw that it was one of the other Fae, a female. Beigon asked her if she could use one of her Valkyries to do whatever it was that they were trying to do with those souls. So, yeah. While playing this new file, I saw immediately during those cutscenes where Leandris is talking to her master, she kept on saying, "Yes, my lady," so that just further cements that Beigon's power is portals, and that other Fae, I think her name was Raynid or something like that, she's the one in charge of the Valkyries, and if you replay that cutscene again, if you look back on the previous stream, you'll see when they, in that one image where they're all holding their hands up, there's 9 different hands you can see. There's supposed to be 10 of them, but I only counted 9. And they're all holding up their hands, and they're all like carrying some sort of symbol or figure or something representing their power. And one of them was in the shape of the Valkyries, and another one, I'm pretty sure, was the shape of Ratatosk. So Ratatosk answers to one of these other Fae. I don't know which one. But yeah, there is potential to create a whole series of games to kind of cover and tell the story of this universe that these developers have made. I don't know what the timeline on that is going to look like. I don't know if the developers are even thinking of making a sequel at all. I mean, what we saw last time kind of heavily hints at them planning for that, but I did not see any news about that. Not that I went out of my way looking for it, but if there is any news of that, I'll see what I can find out, and I'll mention it whenever we resume with another playthrough using either the Scout or the Archer. I'm thinking we'll go Scout for the second run. And again, that's going to be exclusively on YouTube. It will not be streamed